Good afternoon, everyone. This workshop meeting of the Tomball ISD Board of Trustees is called to order at 5:35 p.m. This is Monday, June 1st. The meeting is being recorded in accordance with Government Code Section 551.128. The main purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive reports from administration and review the business agenda from the regular meeting.
Pulling the microphone, they can't hear you clearly what they're saying. Can we test the mic? Can we do an audio check?
Test.
Okay, it's on.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
You want me to start over? No? Good.
There I go.
Review the business agenda for the regular meeting, which will take place on Tuesday night. Any action regarding items on the business agenda will be taken at the regular meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees that is open to the public. However, it is not a meeting of the public. Public participation is limited to designated times during the meeting for citizen comment for those that have registered to speak in accordance with board procedures. We ask for your cooperation in ensuring that the meeting runs in an orderly manner. We do not have any public comment, so at this time I will turn the floor over to Dr. Salazar Zamora to proceed with recognitions.
Thank you so much, President Lewandowski, members of the board, and all of you in the audience this evening. We have a lovely long list of recognitions that we are so excited to begin. We are going to start with the Tomball ISD retirees, the individuals who have given so many years to this district and to the profession of education. We're very excited to have you here this evening with us as we celebrate you. So let us begin.
Test. This is the place to be tonight. Good evening. I'm Lee Wright. I'm our Assistant Superintendent of Human Talent. President Lewandowski, members of the board, Dr. Z, and Cabinet. Tonight's one of our favorite nights in the Human Talent Department. It is our chance to acknowledge and thank a group of individuals who have spent countless years enriching the lives of thousands and thousands of students. This year, 42 Tomball ISD employees decided to step away from their positions after totaling a collective 546 years working in the Tomball community in our district, and over 1,069 total years in education among this group. We have 12 of those 42 here that we want to honor tonight. I'll start alphabetically and call names, and you can come up to see Dr. Z and President Lewandowski. Mary Baker Porter. Ms. Baker Porter is retiring from Tomball Elementary School, where she served as a developmental support staff member. She has dedicated 5 years to the Tomball ISD community. She stated that she plans to travel as well as continue to substitute. Catherine Budkowski. Ms. Budkowski is retiring from Lakewood Elementary, where she served as a kindergarten teacher. She has dedicated 4 years to the Tomball ISD community and 19 total years in education. She stated that she'll be lending her talents to her 6 grandchildren and their parents. She also plans to fulfill a new bucket list of travel plans to Jerusalem and the Garden of Gethsemane and Australia to visit Steve Irwin's Zoo. Amber Cook. Ms. Cook is retiring from Timber Creek Elementary School, where she served as a 4th grade teacher. Ms. Cook has dedicated 3 years to the Tomball ISD community and 27 total years in education. While Ms. Cook plans to leave education in a full-time role, she stated she will continue doing private tutoring and will be mentoring prospective beginning teachers through online courses. She also plans to coach CrossFit and become a personal fitness trainer. Mark Floyd. Mr. Floyd is retiring from Tomball Memorial High School, where he served as a counselor. Mr. Floyd has dedicated 6 years to the Tomball ISD community and over 26 years in education. He plans to do some traveling, enjoy time with family, travel to Baton Rouge for some LSU football games, and continue to support the ongoing good work happening in Tomball ISD in some capacity. Bob Frost. Mr. Frost is retiring from Tomball Connections Academy, where he served as the campus principal. Mr. Frost has dedicated 16 years to the Tomball ISD community and 33 total years in education. He's looking forward to relaxing and enjoying life. Mr. Frost plans to take some trips with his wife and family, catch up on and not feel rushed on his honey-do list, work on after the honey-do list, Bob, then work on cars and engines, fix his boat, and slow down to smell the roses. Tracy Geiser. Ms. Geiser is retiring from Willow Creek Elementary School, where she served as a third grade teacher. Ms. Geiser has dedicated 23 years to the Tomball ISD community and over 30 years total in education. She stated that she plans to enjoy some time off, spend time with her parents, enjoy time with her dogs, and take her time deciding what she wants to do next. Mary Marshall. Ms. Marshall is retiring from Tomball High School, where she served as a science teacher. Ms. Marshall has dedicated 6 years to the Tomball ISD community and 31 total years in education. She actually got a jump start on her retirement as she retired last semester. Ms. Marshall is already enjoying her time traveling, golfing, playing pickleball, and spending time with her grandkids. Austin McQuarrie. Coach McQuarrie is retiring from Tomball High School, where he served as a science teacher, head cross-country coach, and head track coach. Coach McQuarrie has dedicated 37 years to education, all of which were here in the Tomball ISD community. Coach's initial plans are to build a barn dominium on his 100 acres. He also plans to spend some more time with the grandbabies and may look at subbing or volunteering for his hometown high school. Coach had one of the best quotes of any retiree, where he said, "He's going to do more of nothing and less of something." Kelly Moore. Ms. Moore is retiring from Willow Creek Elementary School, where she served as the campus administrative assistant. Ms. Moore has dedicated 19 years to education, all of which were here in the Tomball ISD community. She stated that she and her husband are traveling to all the places. Ms. Moore is also learning to play pickleball and mahjong. I even looked that up and still pronounced it wrong. Maria Sokup. Ms. Sokup is retiring from Wildwood Elementary School, where she served as the campus registrar. She has dedicated 5 years to the Tomball ISD community and 24 total years in education. She stated she has 2 grandbabies to spoil. She has some hobbies that she is looking forward to as enjoying, as well as the opportunity to be more involved with her church. Michelle Taylor. Ms. Taylor is retiring from Wildwood Elementary School, where she served as a second grade teacher. Ms. Taylor has dedicated 5 years to the Tomball ISD community and 25 total years in education. She plans to take some time off to relax and possibly return to Tomball ISD as a substitute. Bob Thompson. Mr. Thompson is retiring from the Curriculum Instruction Department, where he served as the Dean of Student Advancement. Mr. Thompson has dedicated 9 years to the Tomball ISD community and 36 total years in education. In true Bob Thompson fashion, he plans to win his 4th quarter by enjoying every moment with Lauren, Kayla, Jacob, and the Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? On behalf of the Tomball Independent School District and the community of Tomball, thank you for your commitment to educating and mentoring the thousands of students that have been entrusted to you and meeting the needs of all those around you so that they could fulfill their position at the highest level. John Maxwell is quoted as saying, "We were created for meaningful work, and one of life's greatest pleasures is the satisfaction of a job well done." Thank you for bringing your best every day. As you look to the future that you have in store for you, just remember, your meaningful work will never be finished because that is who you are. You are an educator, you are a mentor, you're a teammate, you're a friend, and you will forever be Tomball ISD family. Congratulations on your recent retirement and job well done. So if you'll make your way back to the middle, to the front, we'll take a group photo.
Continuing with our recognitions, we are starting something new in Tomball. We've always enjoyed and been so proud to have wonderful stakeholders and community partners, but we will begin with a community partnership spotlight. Brittany Gutierrez, our Assistant Director of Community Engagement, will lead us in this recognition.
President Lewandowski, Dr. Salazar Zamora, and members of the board, tonight I am here to recognize business partners in alignment with our strategic plan, which emphasizes strong community partnerships that directly support student success. We are fortunate to have many valued partners across the district, and tonight we are honored to recognize 2 of them as star community partners. First, I would like to invite our Houston Methodist Willowbrook Hospital partners to the front. Although there are countless ways they partner with Tomball ISD, we want to highlight their outstanding support of a few programs. Through our athletic partnership, they provide athletic training staff across our schools, physician coverage at all home football games, regular injury clinics throughout the year, annual physical exams for student athletes, and much more. Furthermore, they have partnered with us through stadium advertising, and they are also a dedicated sponsor of the Tomball Education Foundation, helping us extend resources and opportunities for our students and staff. They have a long-standing culture of excellence that supports the vision and mission of the district. Now we would like to invite the Blaine Selfo State Farm team up. Hold for a picture. Okay. And now we would like to invite the Blaine Selfo State Farm team up. Although Mr. Selfo operates a small business, he consistently steps up whenever called upon. He has generously provided catering for our Friday night hospitality suite, donated raffle prizes that help spread holiday cheer, and has sponsored the Principal Partners Lunch on multiple occasions. Mr. Selfo lives in the community with his wife, son, and daughters. His youngest daughter attends Creekside Park, his son plays on the football team at Tomball High School, and his oldest daughter is a Tomball High School graduate who is now a student at the University of Arkansas. On behalf of Tomball ISD, we sincerely thank both of our partners for their continued generosity, service, and investments in our students and staff. We have a small token of appreciation that we have shared with each of them tonight to honor their service to the district. At this time, please join me in recognizing our STAR community partners with a round of applause.
Thank you again to our community partners that were spotlighted this evening. Now we're going to move on to student recognition, starting with Destination Imagination, DI. Dr. Ashley Schlafly, our Director of ELA and Advanced Academics, will lead us in the next two recognitions. Dr. Schlafly.
If we could have all of our DI students and coaches go ahead and come up when we're getting started. Good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Martha Salazar-Zamora, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. Again, I am Ashley Schlafly, and I am so excited to be able to recognize some of our best and brightest here tonight. The students that you see gathering before you, they are participants in Destination Imagination, often called DI, and DI is a creative problem-solving program that challenges students to think critically, collaborate as a team, and develop innovative solutions to complex challenges. The really neat thing about DI is that students don't just memorize or repeat information, they actually design, build, perform, create, and problem solve on their own. And this spring, several of our Tomball ISD teams didn't just advance to Destination Imagination Lone Star State Finals, they actually placed, and they're here with us tonight. Our first team is going to be from West Elementary. Their team name was the Technical Tiger Nugs, and they competed in the technical challenge. They placed third at the state competition and qualified for and actually competed at our globals competition. We want to recognize first, if you'll step forward, Chrissy Marbury, their campus DI coordinator. I'm sorry, she wasn't able to be here tonight. And Melissa Dupuis. The students that we have here tonight are Bradley Edwards, Zara Ayurande, James Darty, Maddox Westbrook, and Olivia Hawkins. Up next, we have our team from Grand Lakes Junior High. Their team name was the Black Stripes, and they competed in the Fine Arts Challenge. And this team placed fifth at the state competition. We want to recognize their team manager and campus coordinator, Miss Daria Clark, who is here this evening, as well as the students Phoenix Galloway, Presley Myers, Arahi Fatak, Quince Thambenchachip, Zalis Nakar, Luke Zalis Nakar, Matuki Aswatha as well. And finally, we're excited to recognize a team from Tomball L. Their name was the 7 Magical Mischief Makers, and they competed in the Engineering Challenge. This team placed 4th at state, qualified for globals, and actually placed 16th out of 38 teams at our global competition. We want to recognize their campus DI coordinator, Megan Busby, and their team manager, Lisa Jensen. And then the students on the 7 Magical Mischief Makers were Thomas Busby, Charlie Townsend, Thea Nichols, and Emma Escalante. So we're incredibly proud of these students, their team managers. Congrats to all of our DI students representing Tomball ISD, and please join me in congratulating them tonight. Continuing on, we're actually going to move now to our UIL academic teams. So if we could get our teams from our 3 high schools to come forward along with their coaches. Tonight, we are so proud to recognize an extraordinary group of TISD students for their success at our UIL Academic State Championships. If you are unfamiliar, UIL stands for the University Interscholastic League, and it represents one of the strongest academic competition structures in the state of Texas. UIL Academics gives students the opportunity to compete at an exceptionally high level in areas such as writing, journalism, mathematics, science, social studies, computer science, speech, debate, and more. These contests require not only content knowledge, but discipline, intense preparation, confidence, and the ability to perform under pressure. And tonight is really meaningful for me because for the first time, we're recognizing state-level UIL winners from all 3 of our high schools, our 2 comprehensive and our early college Tomball Star Academy. So before we recognize, I want to begin by honoring our campus UIL coordinators that we could do nothing without. We're going to have them step forward. First, from Tomball High School, we have Jerry Fordyce.
Dr. Shafley, I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
of course.
Can we get everyone in one line? Because it's difficult to see the back row, and you
course.
work so hard, staff members and students. I
We'll
think it's
curve.
possible. Just get really
Yeah.
close, like
We'll make
shoulder
a
to
U.
shoulder. There you go, Oakland. Way to lead. All right.
And Mr. Fordyce,
There
just
you
stay-
go. I want to see all your bright, shiny faces. Thank you for that. Okay, now I'm happy. Yeah. Oh, yes, and wave when your name is called. And then afterwards, just shake our hands.
So up first, we have from Tomball High School, Jerry Fordyce. From Tomball Memorial, we have Janet Stackhouse. And not able to be with us tonight is Jonah Baumgarten from TSA, and he has a great reason. He supports advanced academics in so many ways, and he is actually on his way to grade AP exams currently in Louisville, so we're very grateful for him. But to begin, we are going to start with Tomball Star. Please step forward when we call your name. At Tomball Star, we have the 2026 UIL Academics 3A Social Studies State Runner-Up Team. Our members are Amy Carmona, Adam Wiley, Sophia Suazo, and Dennis Gundas. And if you'll stay up there, we want to give a special recognition to Amy Carmona, who earned the individual bronze medal in 3A Social Studies. So congratulations to Tomball Star for their remarkable achievements. Up next, we're going to move on to Tomball Memorial High School, who had an incredible state performance this year. Up first, we have Vivian Nguyen, who earned first place in copy editing. In mathematics, we have Ariane Carlapellum, who won third place. In chemistry, we have Hugh Huynh, who earned third place. Our spelling team as a collective earned fourth place, and we want to recognize from that team Pri Aravanthakumar, Ved Nekalapudi, Nathan Fuentes Estrada, and Stella Maiha. In current events, we want to recognize John Aday, who came in fifth place. The Number Sense team earned fourth place, and we want to recognize on that team Yvonne Katamaneni, Hugh Huynh, Andrew Lin, and Shauna Tanu Patel. And we'd also like to recognize Andrew Lin for placing sixth individually in Number Sense, and Hugh Huynh for placing 10th individually as well. And we also want to recognize our TMHS coaches who are with us tonight. If we could have Kenita Lee and Sarah Ellison please step forward. We are so grateful for all of their work, preparation, and guidance. Congratulations to Tomball Memorial for their awesome accomplishments at State UIL. And then certainly, last but not least, we have Tomball High School. He was not able to be here tonight, but we want to recognize John Lazama, who was placed 7th at the state computer science level, which is incredibly impressive. And then we also want to recognize tonight our Tomball High School speech and debate success. The senior policy debate team, if our two individuals could step forward, Mario Canales III and Ion Pataniak. These two individuals, over 2 days, debated for 720 minutes, which if you can't do the math, is 12 hours. They won 14 out of 16 ballots and finished ranked second in Texas among all 6A districts. Huge, huge accomplishment. And we want to recognize their coach, Cammie Falden, who is here. Speech and debate at this level requires an extraordinary coaching, and we're grateful for the time, expertise, and dedication she's given over the years to our speech and debate team at THS. And now to continue our UIL recognitions, I want to welcome up our Director of Fine Arts, Parlette Torcha, who's going to work through the rest of our winners.
Good evening, President Lewandowski, members of the board, and Dr. Salazar-Zamora. On behalf of Tomball High School, it is my absolute privilege to stand before you tonight to celebrate a historic milestone for Tomball ISD student media. For the first time in school district history, a TISD film advanced all the way to the state level. Under the leadership of their instructor, Jerry Fordyce, these students did not just make it to the state festival, they proved they belong among the very best in Texas. Please step forward as your name is called. Deacon Johnson. Deacon achieved the incredible feat of having 2 separate films reach the state semifinals with his documentary, Cougs 2, following Jackson Folden's recovery from a devastating injury and return to the field, finishing 4th place in the state for Class 6A. Proving his versatility, Deacon also captured 1st place in the state in Class 6A podcasting for the UIL Journalism Contest. He will be continuing his journey at the University of Texas this fall. Trey Jackson. Trey served as the dedicated sports producer for the student media program this year, crafting the narratives of our campus athletes. He will continue his studies in sports broadcast journalism at Sam Houston State University. Dale Cox. Serving as the program's executive producer, Dale was the organizational backbone of several short films and plans to continue filmmaking while studying meteorology this fall. Ace Garcia. who may not have made it on time. I know he was on his way. Okay, but we're going to talk about him anyway. An incoming junior and lead yearbook photographer, Ace is a relentless feature on our sidelines. His professionalism is already drawing regional attention. In fact, the sports director for Magnolia ISD took time to formally write to administration to praise Ace's elite work ethic and professional demeanor. And finally, Oakland Ashmore. Also an incoming junior, Oakland is the sports editor of the Cougar Claw newspaper. He brilliantly documented our baseball team's deep playoff run, earning 3rd place in the state for Class 6A sports photography. Great storytelling requires incredible trust. We must also extend our deepest thanks and recognition to Coach Handel, as well as our star quarterback, Jackson Falden. Jackson, will you step forward, please? And his family, for granting the crew the unprecedented access needed to bring this project to life. Jackson will be taking the field this fall for Ouachita Baptist University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in celebrating our history-making UIL filmmakers and journalists. Oh, I have one more. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. There's one more. Hold. One more. There. You get to shake hands twice. Okay, we can't forget our theater kids. Tonight, we also want to shine a bright spotlight on a discipline that requires an incredible blend of visual artistry, engineering, and deep critical thinking, the UIL theatrical design. I am incredibly proud to recognize 2 phenomenal students from Tomball's stage theater program who advanced to the state championship. Out of thousands of entries across Texas, these 2 gentlemen advanced to the absolute highest level of competition. Luke Nisnik. Luke qualified for the state tournament in the highly competitive category of hair and makeup design. His ability to bring characters to life through intricate, elite-level visual artistry and technical precision places him among the top tier of student designers in Texas. Braden Smith. Braden not only qualified for the state tournament in the field of theatrical marketing, but he also placed 4th in the state for Class 6A. His ability to build a comprehensive, professional-grade promotional campaign for live theater is a testament to his immense talent. On a personal note, I have had the privilege of knowing both of these young men well in my time here in Tomball. No matter the occasion, Luke and Braden are always the first to raise their hands and volunteer to help behind the scenes at our district fine arts events. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch them shine, lead, and grow during their time at Tomball High School. And behind every great theater department is dedicated leadership, so I wanted to give a moment to Cindy Hearn, a current assistant director at Tomball High and brand new head director at Tomball West, to share a few words on those 2 fine gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Zamora, members of the board and cabinet. It's my honor to be here today to recognize our Tomball High School theater students who competed in the UIL State Theatrical Design Contest. Advancing to the state meet places these students among the top theatrical designers in the state of Texas. Their work required not only artistic talent, but also skills in visual communication, storytelling, project management, critical thinking, and professional presentation. The countless hours they spent researching, designing, revising, and refining their projects reflect their exceptional commitment to excellence. As their teacher, I am incredibly proud not only of what these students have accomplished as designers, but of the young adults that they are becoming. Their creativity, perseverance, professionalism, and willingness to embrace the challenges are qualities that will serve them well long after their high school career. Tonight, I'd also like to thank the board and guests for recognizing these students this evening, for allowing me the opportunity to share in this celebration, and for your continued support of fine arts education. Your investment in the arts creates opportunities for students to discover their talents, develop confidence, and achieve at the highest levels. Congratulations once again, Braden and Luke.
I'm always on my feet, like, okay, we're gonna do this. Sure. So we like cut your short. Guys, they're gonna take a picture of you, so go gather, go call. Yes. I know, I told them all. Let me
Congratulations again to all of our UIL state winners. Our next recognitions will be National School of Character Designation and Hope Squad National Council. Steve Shields, our Director of School Counseling, will lead us in the next two recognitions.
Thank you. President Lewandowski, Dr. Zamora, members of the board, it is my honor to present and to recognize Tomball Memorial High School for being named a National and State School of Character during their first application cycle. If you could bring up your team.
You did say first time, correct?
And the team can come on up too. Come on, team.
Come on up, team. Love it. Love it.
In 2023, nice. In 2023, Tomball ISD launched Career, our very own secondary character education framework aligned with TA's positive character traits. At the same time, campus leaders were introduced to Character.org's 11 principles, which help schools intentionally embed their core values into every aspect of campus culture and student life. Through a rigorous application and stakeholder interview process, Character.org recognizes schools that exemplify these principles. Tomball Memorial's BCAT's core values are evident throughout the campus, from daily interactions and announcements to classroom instruction to student leadership opportunities and recognition programs. Tomball Memorial celebrates what it values by recognizing students each month who exemplify the BCAT's values, involving families in the celebration and providing them yard signs to proudly showcase their students in the neighborhoods. The National and State School of Character designations are a testament to the intentional campus leadership from the top and the collective efforts and support of the entire Tomball Memorial community. Now I'd like to recognize representatives from that community. So once I call your name, if you could step forward. So Principal Jennifer Collier, Associate Principal Grant Granquist, Assistant Principals Patricia Charon, she's a District Career Committee rep, Jeff Dixon, these are also assistant principals, Mike Crocker, and David Sherman. Lead Counselor Lachelle Nix and Counselor Alfred Morse, Alfred Jones. I'm sorry, Alfred. I hope you forgive me. Principals who participated, or parents, well, first of all, let me talk about the staff. So I'm going to share staff, parents, and students who all participated in the interview process. So first of all, the staff that participated, we have Andrew Easton, if you could step forward, Janet Stackhouse, Kara Maurer, Kanita Lee, Sarah Ellison, and Mindy Garcia. And then parents who participated, we have Melissa Bartolone, Tiffany Buski, Stephanie Sides, and Anna Skiles. And last but not least, our awesome students, Claire Frazier and Bryce Garrison. So please join me in congratulating Tomball Memorial for being the first National and State School of Character in Tomball ISD. Thank you guys. 2 years ago, Dr. Zamora brought Hope Squad to Tomball ISD using her Superintendent of the Year money to help launch the program during the 24-25 school year. Hope Squad began at our 3 high schools and then expanded to all 4 junior highs this past year. One of the many strengths of Hope Squad is the leadership opportunities it provides students. Tonight, we are proud to recognize a student whose impact will extend beyond Tomball ISD. And to share more about this incredible accomplishment, I'd like to invite Tomball Memorial Principal Jennifer Collier to present this recognition.
Both of you. Yep. Dr. Salazar Zamora, President Lewandowski, members of the board and cabinet, it is my honor to recognize Ashley He of Tomball Memorial High School for her selection to the Hope Squad National Council. Ashley was a founding member of the TMHS Hope Squad, and she has her advisor here, Mr. Jones, with her, and she has played a vital role in shaping the program since its inception. Now serving as vice president, she leads with compassion, integrity, and a genuine commitment to supporting the well-being of others. Her influence extends beyond our campus as she collaborates with Hope Squad leaders across Tomball ISD and has helped develop initiatives that promote mental health awareness and connect students and families to valuable resources. In addition to her service, Ashley is a standout student and athlete. She's a member of the TMHS tennis team and enters her senior year ranked 12th in her class with an impressive GPA of 111.02. Ashley's selection to the Hope Squad National Council reflects her exceptional leadership, her servant heart, and dedication to make a positive difference in the lives of others. She represents the very best of Tomball Memorial High School and Tomball ISD, and we are incredibly proud of this outstanding accomplishment. Please join me in congratulating Ashley He, National Council member for Hope Squad.
Mr. Jones? Okay, our next recognitions for Tomball High School will be golf, softball, and track. And Mr. Dave Handel will lead us in these recognitions. If you've ever seen this individual at a baseball game, it doesn't matter how long, what time it starts, what time it ends, he stands the entire time cheering our team. I'm impressed as I sit and watch you. And pacing, yes.
That's right. Board of Trustees, Dr. Z, and Cabinet, thank you so much for having us here tonight. As always, thank you so much for what you do for athletics and being such big advocates for athletics. So definitely appreciate you guys. Also want to thank Dr. Kim McKinney, our campus principal, and our athletic director, Chris Scott, who was not unable to be with us tonight. He's at a convention in Round Rock, but without those two, we definitely wouldn't be able to get to do our job the way that we get to do it each and every day. So without further ado, I have the privilege of introducing and recognizing 3 of our amazing programs at the campus of Tomball High School, led by 3 amazing leaders who not only impact our student athletes on the field, but their impact is felt off the field as well. So we are going to start with Coach McQuarrie with girls track, and then go to golf with Commander Boucher, and then finish up with Coach Thompson and softball. And as you guys know, Coach McQuarrie, this is kind of bittersweet for me. A couple minutes ago, he received his retiree clock, but after 37 years, he's retiring. I'm proud of him for getting to go enjoy and do what he does, but we're definitely going to miss him, and we're going to miss the leadership that he offered and the impact not only that he made to our student athletes, but to me personally, and Tomball High School is definitely going to miss him, and I'm going to miss a friend. So without further ado, Coach McQuarrie.
Dr. Zamora, President Lewandowski, and members of the board, thank you again for always allowing us to have the opportunity to present student athletes and their accomplishments. I would also like to thank Chris Scott and Coach Handel as well for always supporting me and giving me the opportunity to work with great kids here in Tomball, as of course you know. We can say it's been another outstanding year in athletics, and it's not over yet. We got Saturday. So we have some more to go. We're not done yet. This evening I have the pleasure to introduce to you Peach Booker, who is in front of you at this time. Peach has improved on her craft, the hurdles, the past 4 years. She is our most decorated track and field athlete of all time, and that I can assure you of. We were here last year, if you forgot, to present Peach to you as the double gold winner at state in the 100 hurdles and the 300 hurdles. This year, her senior year, her goals were lofty and her desire was strong. What you may not know, though, and I didn't mention this last year, is that Peach competes in the early year in the 60-meter hurdles in the indoors. And that's something that most people you don't hear about as much. So here are some of her results from her indoor season. She was second at the Galleria Games. She was third at the Millrose Games. She was third at the Virginia Showcase. She was first at the A&M Indoor, and she was fourth at the Nike Indoor. So an impressive early season, indoor season for herself. And she's a very busy individual, if you haven't found out. Her outdoor season was as impressive as well. She won all of her 100-meter hurdle races leading up to the state meet. She won all but 2 of her 300 hurdle races leading up to state meet. And I know those 2 really hurt. But at the state meet, Peach became a back-to-back state winner in the 100-meter hurdles, a very impressive feat in the state of Texas. In the 300 hurdles, this was a very tight race. You had to be there. To the very end, where Peach finished third and set a personal record in the process. 3 gold medals, 3 gold medals and a bronze is very impressive in the state of Texas. From here, Peach will take her track and field talent to Texas A&M. I was waiting on that, along with fulfilling her education there as well. Needless to say, we will continue to follow Peach in the coming years and await the many successes and see where her career takes her. Peach has represented Tomball very well across the country. So again, I present you, Tomball's back-to-back state hurdle champion, Peach Booker.
Good evening, Dr. Z, Cabinet, members of the board. It's an honor to be here again this year to recognize our golf team. We had the best year in the history of girls golf this year, and that's represented by Cassandra Cantu here. The rest of the girls couldn't be here, unfortunately. The girls made state for the 4th time in a row after never making it. And a shout out to our seniors who came in as freshmen and changed the landscape of girls tomball golf. Just an amazing feat over the last 4 years. Really proud of them. The boys team made state for the first time ever in tomball golf. And we're very proud of them. And they're represented by Rhett Turner and Federico Montaner here in front of you. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm going to miss these kids. Sending both teams to state in a year is just an amazing feat from both teams. So really proud. Individual accolades also go to DJ Trousdale, who finished 2nd overall in the state as an individual and made first team All-State and was a Veep Houston Boys Golfer of the Year. So awesome year this year for tomball golf, and we look forward to great successes in the coming years. And another note that I just kind of figured out as I was thinking about it, all of our seniors this year are going on to play at the next level. So good job, tomball golf. And I forgot a shout out to Coach Kearns who couldn't be here, I'm sorry.
Okay, Dr. Zamora, Coach Handel, members of the board and Tomball community, it's an honor to be invited here tonight to celebrate a group of student athletes who have exemplified the very best of Tomball ISD. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Alyssa Thompson. I'm the head softball coach at Tomball High School. At this time, I'd like to introduce our 2026 varsity athletes along with our coaching staff. First up is our JV varsity assistant, Emily Ramsey. Coach Ramsey has been with us for 3 consecutive years and brings so much softball knowledge and energy to this program. Next is our JV coach and varsity assistant, Taylor Lingua. Coach Lingua joined us this year from Cy-Fair ISD. She brought us so many things, but especially collegiate pitching experience, which has elevated our ability to spend time with our pitchers and bullpens more often. I am thankful for both of them and the way that they are committed to leading this program alongside me. Next up, we have all of our now graduated seniors. First up is Emma Davis. Emma received 2nd team All-District Outfield this year, along with the THSCA Academic All-State First Team. Next up is Layla Guerra. Layla won 1st team All-District Catcher. She's also committed to Trinity University. Next, we have Reagan Johnson. Reagan was District 15 6A Honorable Mention and also received THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention. Aubrey Murillo. Aubrey was the District 15 6A 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, THSCA Academic All-State Second Team, and she is committed to Abilene Christian University. Next up, we have Kaylee Wall. Kaylee was 1st team All-District Infield, THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention, and Kaylee is committed to Blinn College. Next, we have our juniors, now seniors. First is Regina Amaya. Regina was the District 15 6A two-time Pitcher of the Year. Then we have Maddie Gustafson. She was District 15 6A Honorable Mention. Next, Ellie Karam, Addie Patton, and Lissy Tooley. Our sophomores are Sophia Heckathorn, Briley Taylor, who was also awarded First Team All-District Infield this year, and Jesselyn Wood. Last but not least, our freshman, Ashlyn Medcalf, and a couple who were not able to be with us here today. We have two seniors, Macy Frank and Fabi Marcano, junior Riley Yule, and freshman Cohen Gonzalez. This season, our team didn't just compete, but for the second year in a row, they set a benchmark for excellence, teamwork, and resilience that captivated our community. With a historic season, the ladies standing before you achieved all of the following and more. An elite overall record of 29-5, a 22-game winning streak through the heart of district play and deep into the postseason, a top 10 state ranking, an undefeated district championship, bi-district championship, area, regional semifinal championship, and regional finalists. But beyond the impressive athletic statistics, what makes the season truly impressive is that these athletes were just as dominant in the classroom as they were on the field. Juggling the intense demands of a varsity schedule, late-night travel, and rigorous coursework is no easy task, but the entire roster rose to the challenge, proving that they define the true meaning of student-athlete. All 18 players on our varsity roster earned academic all-district honors. This 100% success rate is a powerful testament to their discipline, time management, and commitment to achieving excellence. More than anything, I'm proud of the way that these girls carry themselves with positive sportsmanship, character, and class. Because at the end of each game, the way the opposing coaches, players, and fans remember them continues to be a reflection of the culture of this program. We're incredibly thankful for our 7 seniors, their leadership over the past 4 years, and for leaving a legacy that will inspire the next generation. Also to our underclassmen for putting in the work this season that will continue to shape the bright future of Tomball softball. On behalf of all of us, we'd like to thank the board, Dr. McKinney, Coach Handel, Mr. Scott, the rest of the Tomball High School administration, our parents, family members, and this incredible community for your unwavering support, attendance at our games, and investment in our season. You are what makes it all worth it. Thank you for celebrating with us, and go Cougs.
While they're getting ready, I want to say, girls, what your coach just said about your class and your grit and your determination was evident at your final game. I was so glad to be in Waco and see you play. It was a sight to see. And I was afraid your coach just might go into labor at that game. And so I'm grateful that she did not. Congratulations again. And now to our final recognition for the evening. We are so excited to recognize the Tomball Memorial High School boys track. We have the campus principal, Jennifer Collier, that will begin and lead us in this final recognition for the evening.
Yes, Dr. Salazar Zamora, President Lewandowski, members of the board and cabinet. It's my honor to recognize the Tomball Memorial High School track and field program for an outstanding season of dedication, perseverance, and success. To hear more about it, at this time I'd like to invite Coach Devin Terrio, head boys track coach, to share more about our state qualifying athlete and his remarkable accomplishments.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. Dr. Zamora, members of the board and cabinet, I would like to introduce you to Ben Haywood. Ben is a junior at Tomball Memorial High School, where he competes in the pole vault for our track and field team. Ben has established a remarkable record of success throughout his high school career. As a freshman, he was state qualifier in the pole vault, and he finished 6th place at the state meet that year. As a sophomore, he was on the podium, and he finished 3rd. This year, as a junior, he was state champion. During his dominant 2026 season, Ben captured the district, area, and regional titles. In addition, he placed 4th at the Texas Relays, and he set a new school record of 17 feet 6 inches. We're looking forward to defending the state title in 2027 and also taking aim at the state pole vault record, which is 18 feet 3¼ inches. He also has a state championship to match his sister, who was state champion about 3 years ago. So hopefully he goes on to have as great a career as his sister, who is All-American at Baylor right now. Great job this year, Ben. Go Cats.
Congratulations to all of our students and staff that were recognized this evening. I'm going to move on to the public hearing at this point, and we have our public hearing on the 2026-27 budget. Our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Zach Bowles, will lead us in our public hearing. Mr. Bowles.
All right. Good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Salazar Zamora, members of the board. As required by Texas Education Code, the school district must hold a public hearing for the adoption of the 26-27 budget. So tonight's presentation is not the one that's up right now. Hang on. There we go. All right, so tonight's presentation will be a review of the general fund revenues and expenditures, as well as a presentation of the child nutrition budget and the debt service budget for the first time to the board. We'll have an opportunity for the public to ask any questions over the 26-27 budget before we continue discussion with the board on any details with the budget adoption process. So, taking a look back at how we got here, as we mentioned in one of our first budget workshop meetings, when we talk about the process for the budget, the work on the budget really begins back in October. So we start quite a bit earlier than what you see on the screen as far as discussion that comes to the board and is with the board. But our work with the board really starts with our budget committee meetings, and so that is with a smaller group. Our budget committee consisted of the President Lewandowski, Mr. McStravick, Coco, you were also in that committee. And so we had meetings in March, April, and May before we followed that with meetings with the entire board, a workshop session here at the board meeting on Monday nights in March and May. We did have one that had to be postponed just as we were working through some revenue projections, some details that came from the state and made changes necessary, and we needed to reassess. As well as posting the public hearing notice on the district's website. Also posted there is the budget book that the district puts out every year. You had that, the board did in their budget backup in their board packet, but that budget book is also posted on the district's website for the public to view. And then by law, we're required to post notice of this meeting prior to the meeting, not less than 10 days prior, but no more than 30 days. And so that was done back in May 18th. At this time, we have not proposed any changes to the expenditure side of the budget. So you see there, $264.4 million is the expected expenditures for the 26-27 budget. We like to call attention to our target is to hit right around 65% of the total expenditures being dedicated toward instructional related services. So that's functions 11, 12, and 13. And in the 26-27 budget, that is 64.5% of total expenditures directly related to instructional services. The function breakdown there is required by law. That's how the board is required to adopt the budget. And then as you continue through, you'll see the individual breakdown, keeping in mind that in addition to the 65% being tied towards instructional related services, 88% of every dollar that's spent by the district is tied to payroll or payroll related expenses. On the revenue side, you'll see a bit of a change from the last time we talked in May. We have continued to work with our tax software company as well as the comptroller's office to hone in on the data that they're requiring for this over 65 hold harmless calculation. And so through working with them over the last month, we've been able to get the data into the new formatting requirements from the comptroller, and our run as we have data currently allowed us to pick up an additional $2.1 million in revenue projection for next year. So instead of an $8 million deficit that we presented in May, we're down to a $5.9 million deficit. And so total revenues are $258.5 million. Again, in our discussion in May, we talked about this would be the first year that state funding makes up more than 50% of total revenues that the district will receive. Down there noted, there are a couple of things that actually could impact the budget as we continue forward, but I'll talk about that on the next slide. What we really have are two pieces that are still to be determined as far as final numbers go. Impacting the 26-27 revenues are the new special education funding formulas. That came out with the last legislative session, but they have the state, TEA, has continued to refine what that means as far as how that funding will be determined. So they're moving to an intensity of service methodology, and as we move through the fiscal year in 26-27, there's new PEIMS data requirements that will have to be implemented, but the funding for special education will not actually be determined by the state until September of 2027. The reason behind that is they have to analyze and ensure that every district receives the same amount of funding that they're currently receiving for special education, but as they go about establishing this new framework, they have to run basically a side-by-side. So they've got to see the data as it would have existed under current law, and then they've also got to see the data in the way that it will exist with the new intensity of service. And so the TEA has a mandate that they have to ensure that special education funding increases by, I believe it's $250 million in 2027, but they can't make that evaluation until the close of the next year. And so the actual final numbers that we'll get for special education funding in 26-27 won't be known until well after we've closed our books for the next fiscal year. We mentioned the hold harmless calculation changes. This is something we talked quite a bit about back in May. But what we've worked through in our data with the Comptroller's Office, with our tax software provider, has been focused on the 25-26 fiscal year. So that is the 2025 taxes. And so part of that process will involve a property value audit, which goes back and corrects data with the state. The timing of that is what is a little up in the air right now. We don't know necessarily if that property value audit will be processed within the current fiscal year, 25-26, or whether it will take long enough to where the results of that property value audit become available in the 26-27 year, and we have to recognize the revenue at that time. So that one's a bit of an unknown, but what we do know is through that property value audit and our data, we will be able to increase revenue related to the 2025 taxes and the hold harmless of $9 million. And that's $9 million above what we had included in the revenue projections for 25-26, meaning that if it comes in the 25-26 year, it would be a surplus for the district. If it were to come in as recognized revenue in 26-27, it would offset any deficit being discussed today. All right. Moving on to food service, we are presenting a balanced budget for the food service, our child nutrition department. And what you'll notice there is that's a little over $13.1 million, and that covers all of their operations, including the opening of Tomball West High School and adding of staff and utilization of that facility. Over 96% of their total budget goes towards either payroll or supplies and materials. And so it's very heavy on the needs for providing meals for students, and then the staffing that comes along with that work. Also being presented as a balanced budget is our debt service budget. This is the fund that is used to repay debt that has been approved by the community, approved by voters through bond elections, and then issued as we have needed those funds to construct new facilities, make renovations, buy buses, things of that nature. And so the budget for the debt service fund is really driven by our debt payment and the associated fees for managing that debt. And so the total budget for 26-27 would be $87 million. That is an increase over 25-26 because we issued new debt. We issued in July last year the first sale when it comes to bond 2025. And so the way in which we structured that debt, we always want to ensure that we are minimizing the amount of interest that we may incur over the life of bonds. So we do our best, and our goal is to ensure that we have a average maturity of 15 years or less, and we have that right now. But what that tends to show as is a higher payment up front. And so if you look at our debt structure over time, you'll see that it steps down as you go into the future to much lower payments. And along with that budget, right now we're not projecting any change with the current interest and sinking tax rate. That's the side of the district's tax rate that goes to repay the debt. And we don't, at this time, have any projection of any increases there, not projecting any change. But we won't go to or be able to set our tax rate until we get to September after we've received our certified taxable values. Similar to the general fund, we also have to adopt the food service and debt service funds by function and then on the revenue side by object code. The revenues for the food service, you'll see there's a relatively 50-50 split between what is from local revenues and what is revenue from federal funds for reimbursement for our school lunch and breakfast programs. And then on the expenditure side, there's only one function that the state associates with food service or child nutrition, and that's function 35. So there is no further breakdown there. Similarly, on the debt service, expenditures are solely accounted for within function 71, which is debt service. But on the revenue side, what you'll see is a breakdown between local and state. The local side is what's collected through the interest and sinking portion of the tax rate. The $12 million represents hold harmless provisions and funding that we receive from those that the states implemented over time for the reduction or increase in the homestead exemptions and the impact that that has on the interest and sinking side of our tax rate and the ability to repay debt. So we do pick up now quite a bit from the state when it comes to revenues for debt service, just because over the last few legislative sessions we've had a significant increase in the amount of the homestead exemption for taxpayers. So with that, I would open it to questions from the public related to the 26-27 budget. Not hearing any, I would turn the discussion back to the board to discuss further the 26-27 budget.
Hey, real quick, point of inquiry. Mark, should we defer our discussion on this until we get to it as an agenda item? Because right now this is part of the public hearing, so I mean, we can ask questions of Zach, but I guess our discussion of this, shouldn't we wait until we actually get to the item in the review of the business agenda?
I think unless you have general questions, I would prefer that we wait till we get to the agenda item and then let's discuss it in depth.
Okay, hearing that then.
You said for general questions for this presentation. Did you say $250 million is what Texas is expecting to increase SPED funding formula? Is that for the whole state?
That's for the whole state.
That doesn't sound like much.
It's not.
Because it is not. It doesn't sound like a lot, and it is not a lot. Any other questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you, Mr. Bowles. Now we'll move on to the reports for the evening. We have 4 reports. The first one is Exceeding Excellence 2030 Update. Of course, that is our strategic plan. Our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Amy Schindelwolf, will lead us in this first report for the evening.
Good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Z, members of the board and cabinet. I come to you with our annual update on Exceeding Excellence 2030. And can't believe that we have already finished phase 2 in the 5-year plan, but that seems to be the pace that we're on. Since this is an annual presentation, I do want to take you back very briefly through the history of how we got here. And so a quick look back is that we went into a partnership with Into Learning for outside consultant and facilitator in order to lead our design team through the process of developing our plan. We did initiate a thought exchange to gather input from the community, and we had robust participation. There were thousands and thousands of ratings and comments. We did have a 66-member design committee who came together in 5 formal meetings and work sessions, and then they broke up into subcommittees and worked over the summer. We've had 3 board actions pertaining to the strategic plan so far, and we will be asking for another action this month for tomorrow night. And so we did, back in September of 2024, approve the beliefs, vision, updated mission statement, and objectives, goals, and strategies aligned to the strategic plan. And the board graciously committed $4 million in a committed funding package to support the implementation of the plan. And I do like to always call attention to that, because we can have a strategic plan Without a committed funding package, the work cannot happen, especially when we are looking at a tight budget like we know that we all are. Having that committed dollar amount up front with the plan really enables us to make sure that we meet all of the goals and strategies that we put forth. And so I do want to thank the Board of Trustees for that, because that is really what makes this plan happen. In December, you released $1,050,000 from that $4 million to initiate phase 1, and each phase is a year-long process. And then in June of last year, you approved the release of $975,000 from committed to initiate phase 2. We know that our vision is that Tomball ISD students will lead in creating the future. The committee really discussed that a lot. They went into depth and decided that that vision would remain. We did, however, update the mission statement that you did approve, and that is that Tomball ISD empowers students to become impactful, contributing citizens by providing innovative, individually rigorous, and personally valuable educational experiences while partnering with the community. And the thing that really changed from our previous mission statement to this one, a couple of words, but the addition is really the partnership with the community. And you will see that throughout the plan, because that is something that as a district we value. We know that we have to have for success, and so the committee really felt strongly about including that. Out of the plan, we had 10 beliefs, 1 vision, 1 mission statement, 7 objectives, 10 goals, and 41 strategies. And those goals and strategies are the meat of the plan into the actual initiatives that take place in the district. So where are we? We always want to be under budget, right? That's the goal. We want to get the work done without exceeding that budget. And so in phase 1, we spent $795, little over, $1,000 of that release, so we were able to return a healthy amount back to that $4 million budget. In phase 2, you released $975, and we spent just over $800,000 of that $975, which releases money back to the budget. So total expenditures so far after 2 years is $1,596,965 of that 4, remaining balance of little over $2.4 million to complete phases 3 through 5. So we are almost halfway there and not quite halfway through the plan, but we feel comfortable with that amount. So I want to hit the highlights. We won't go back to phase 1, but I will hit just a couple of highlights that happened in phase 2 for each of the goals. And so in goal 1, we focus on the recruitment, development, and retention of highly qualified staff in order to meet our district goals. And one of the main highlights that came out of that is the expansion of the Grow Your Own program. And we've talked about that. Of course, we have a partnership for that, but the matching money to start that came from the strategic plan. And we're excited that we will have our first group of residents coming next year. So we will be able to have our first cohort of paras who then become year-long residents in the classroom as student teachers, and then they will become fully certified teachers in our district. And so we are really excited about seeing that to fruition. In goal 2, we foster a resilient school community by equipping staff to promote healthy behaviors, decision-making, and emotional growth in our students. And so there were strategies implemented throughout our district, working with our campus leadership and filtering down to all of our campus staff that implemented targeted behavioral health initiatives to reduce behavioral concerns. And so we have seen success with that. We saw in our survey of staff that they feel very supported. They feel more prepared to deal with behavior in the classroom. And also we have seen our behavior incidents decrease. Under goal 3, we focused on our comprehensive character education framework. And so a lot of highlights came out in phase 2. a huge enhancement to the Parent University program that we initiated. I guess we're finishing year 3 of that. And so a huge enhancement to that. We have district-wide Model GE campuses. We wanted all of our campuses, K-6, to be model, and we met that this year. Implementation of Hope Squad, which you heard about, a little bit about in our recognitions tonight. We implemented a Counselor of the Year recognition program, career at 7 through 12 campuses, and comprehensive guidance lessons. Under 4, we want to prioritize family and community partnerships to really help create that stable public school experience. Tonight, you saw the recognition of the community partners, and that Brittany mentioned that was a link to the strategic plan. That was in phase 2. And so we did that, and that's something that we want to continue to do. A monthly district spotlight at the Chamber of Commerce First Friday luncheons. So we are part of that now. And then the utilization of the community impact to advertise district initiatives when something special comes up that we need to highlight. Goal 5 is about providing a safe, secure, and caring environment. This really goes around physical and social safety for the school community. We supported the continuity of the RISE program. We implemented Stop Finder, which is a huge impact to safety, where parents know where their students are in transportation. Partnership participation in safety drills and planning exercises. What that means is that we were able to bring in our first responders into our drills, and not only just our lockdown drills and things like that, but a reunification practice that, God forbid, something happen in our district. We've already partnered and connected with our first responders, a wide variety of them, to all be on the same page. And then we did investigate the district-wide radio upgrade through the strategic plan. We investigated that, but last month there was a decision on that, and you approved what we came out of that investigation. Goal 6, we want our students to be knowledgeable, responsible, ethical digital citizens. And so we strengthened the understanding and implementation of cybersecurity standards throughout the district. We are systematizing our selection standards for technology devices and software. The partnership between technology and digital learning to produce a system that we will use to review everything that we are purchasing to make sure that it meets various standards that we have put in place. Strengthen student education in relation to cybersecurity, and revised curriculum to include connections between content and digital learning outcomes. In Goal 7, we will create a unified technology vision. We have professional learning on the leading of emerging technology inclusive of AI. This is something that is going to be ongoing because it's, as soon as we learn about it, it changes. And we have implemented VR in a small select setting. In Goal 8, we want to maximize the utilization of our financial and physical resources and really educate the community on that. One of the big things, or positive things, that it seems small, but it's ended up being big for us, is the bond update shared district-wide. And that's been a partnership between construction and communication departments. And then timelines created around the facility study related to Bond 2025. They're looking at the timelines of when that work will happen, when campus refreshes will happen based on need and resources available. In 9, we want to focus on aligned professional learning, and we have curriculum writing to support high-quality instructional practices, and then design professional learning around those high-quality instructional practices. And then we have expanded our Into Learning partnerships for leadership development at multiple levels, including our teachers. I think we're just finishing cohort, Dr. Wright used 4, 3? We just finished 3 and have selected cohort 4 of our 30 teachers who go through a year-long leadership training with Into Learning. And what's really great about that is it's about learning how to be a leader where you are. And in Goal 10, the last one, focuses on college, career, and military readiness. And some highlights there would be campus-specific CCMR support. The nature of CCMR and how that plays with our students and in our accountability system is ever-changing. And so the campuses have focused through the team on personalized support based on where they are. We implemented a new career course in the junior high and development of many lessons on practical life skills. These are just highlights from phase 2 that when I think about the strategic plan, the important thing is that we can't just check these things off our list. We can't just say, we focused on cybersecurity, check. A lot of what happens in the strategic plan is that you initiate something that then becomes your normal every day-to-day practice. So we can say, yes, we completed the strategy, but that doesn't mean that the work stops. And so we continue to build upon what we have implemented. When we look ahead to phase 3, these are some highlights of what we'll see over the next year. We will again elevate our Grow Your Own program through partnerships. We are selecting new cohort of those. We have more than double the amount of applicants than we can take in the program, so it's something that's really taken off. We are going to increase our school counselor professional development and support. Again, continue to increase and strengthen our community partnerships, additional communication strategies in order to effectively meet the needs of our families and communities so that they're up to date on everything Tomball ISD and what they need to know. And we're really working on that being personalized so that as a family, I am able to go to get communication about what affects my family and my child, not just the district as a whole. Digital citizenship strategies, continuation of the safety protocol support, additional behavioral support strategies, innovative technology integration, curriculum writing, movement toward an on-demand professional learning system to where I don't have to wait for a PD day or go out and find it on my own. As a district, we're able to say, hey, as a teacher, I need some help on this, and then we have a platform for on-demand PD, professional learning that I can go to and get real-time learning that I can implement immediately in my classroom. And then again, college and career readiness strategies coming in the future as that continues to change. So tomorrow night on the agenda, you will see that there is a request to release another $975,000 this year to support phase 3 initiatives in the strategic plan. What questions do you have?
Dr. Shenwolf, I was curious on the amount that you're requesting for phase 3. I don't know that you had, there was some indication, I guess, back in the beginning of how much you might want for the different phases. That's why we came up with the $4 million. But since you've saved in phase 1 and 2, do you feel like there's some extra dollars that you might want to apply in phase 3 or later on that you're increasing that level, the ask at this time?
So when I budget, I work with the team on each phase. And so each person who is working on a strategy lets me know individually what they are estimating that they will need to complete that strategy over the next year. And then, just because I've worked with the team, I always put a little buffer in there because things change over time. What we think something is going to cost today might end up 6 months from now costing more. Or we come and say, you know what, when we're implementing this strategy, in order to get to the goal, this came up. And so I need to maybe add a little bit more. So I always include a little bit of buffer, which has allowed me to return money to the budget so that as we move forward into 3, 4, and 5, as larger things come up, we are fully funded until the end. It is my goal to not have to come back to the board and ask for additional funds to complete the plan. And so we're pretty tight with the budget. And yes, they come and say, can I have more? And sometimes I say yes, and sometimes I say no, just to try to get us to the end. But my goal is that when we get to year 5 of this plan, we are still fully funded. And if we're able to return a little bit of money back to the pot for our next strategic plan that we want to ask for committed funds, then that would be a bonus for us.
I want to add something because I think it's important to your question. This is now the 3rd strategic plan for this district, and Dr. Schindewolf and I have worked on all 3 of them, and the district has never had to come back and ask for more money that was asked for. As a matter of fact, they've been a little ahead of some, more than others, ahead of schedule and under budget, if not right on the money. So when we ask, we do take into account additional things costing more, things coming up, but it's, is that thunder?
That did sound like it.
Yeah, it is. There is a lot that goes on with the dollars. She's very careful in managing that. I had that job before. It is not easy, so job well done on a job that's not easy to do. I know that. So I want to personally thank you for strategic planning it's not easy. But you do it well.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you go back one slide to the phase 3? Oh, I thought it had the list of phase 3 items.
I do.
On communication strategies, does that have to do with what we had talked previously of where parents will go to one platform for their children's various programs? Or is that something else?
Somewhat. So we have investigated in phase 2 doing that. And in order for us, and our communications department, specifically Justin, has led a full year in investigating getting that done. So through that investigation, we found that we're not going to be able to quite get that done as easily as we thought. There's some more work to be done before we can get there. So we have investigated that. We're putting that on pause, and we are working on adapting that strategy in order to see what can we do in the interim to improve communication until we can get to that final step of being able to implement that. That still is a district goal to be able to get there. We're just not going to be able to get there in phase 3.
Okay, but it's still in the 2030 outlook.
It is still in the plan to continue to look into what we can do as a district to get there.
And then on your memo to us about phase 3, it lists great expectations. Can you help me understand the difference between monies for great expectations in this versus the other agenda item that we have to approve?
Yes, so in Great Expectations, it's broken down into 2 different things. We have training, where our new campuses, which we don't have one this year, but we do have new staff, and we have a new grade level at a campus that has to be GE trained. And so part of that is where they go to the summer week-long institute, and that is where they learn the basics of that. The other part is coaching, where we bring coaching into the campuses to be able to go into the classroom and say, you're implementing this, we can improve on this, and really get us to that model status, which is really just about providing the absolute best education that we can in Great Expectations at each campus. And so we break that down, that part of that funding does come from strategic plan dollars, and then we also use other dollars in order to pay for that as well, depending on whether a campus wants to send to a higher level of training that we wouldn't use strategic plan dollars for. They can use campus budgets for that. We can tap into Title II funds for that. We can tap into other local dollars for that. But the committed funds are really to get everyone on par to the implementation of strategic plan. Of Great Expectations, apologize.
Thank you. And then one final one, your memo also mentions Stop Finder. Are we still implementing further costs on that for implementation?
Yes, so the initial cost was, most of that was upfront, and we allocated a certain amount of money to implementation of that in Phase 1, and those leftover dollars that were allocated in Phase 1 for implementation, we're applying to Stop Finder because it was budgeted, and then in the future, it will come from another funding source locally that we'll have to identify in order to keep that going, because that is a strong district initiative. But every bit of the money that we allocated to Stop Finder in the beginning with Dr. Gutierrez, what it is in Phase 3 is really just the remaining dollars for that to keep that going.
Dr. Schindewolf, just a question looking at, we've got Phase 1 and 2 implemented. Just looking back at those, any maybe unintended, nice surprises or unintended benefits that we're seeing from the implementation of Phase 1 and 2 that may not have been captured by the strategic plan initially?
So I always think that a benefit is, sometimes challenges equate to a benefit, because in trying to implement something, for instance, the communication strategy, you find an area that you might need to work on in the district that's not broken, but that we need to improve to get where we are, and I will always call that a benefit. Because if it is something that we can work through a challenge in order to improve and to get us to the next level, I'm going to call that a bonus. So that's one example. I think that it wasn't an unintended benefit. I think that a huge benefit that we've gotten out of this is through our Parent University program. I will tell you that Dr. Z, when we started 3 years ago, she was like, I want a Parent University program. And I was like, okay, let me see. And I started it, but it was like putting my pinky toe in the water. And then, it was barely like getting it off the ground. And then now, with Dr. Reeves and Steve Shields taking that on, that has been, it's bigger than we think. And our sessions have gotten larger. They've become more comprehensive. And there's a vision for that that's far beyond what I probably even know. That I think that anytime you can partner with parents and bring them in any way, that is a benefit that is going to affect everything else in this plan. And so, to me, when we said, let's do the Parent University program, because when we wrote this and my toe was barely in the water, I didn't see the trickle-down effect of what that could do. Dr. Z saw it. I hadn't seen it yet. I hadn't been part of one yet. And so where we are now is only a couple steps down the road to where it will go. But personally, maybe not district-wide, but personally, I think that has been an unintended benefit. I didn't intend it, just because it's like a web. When you can bring parents and community members in, then it just spirals into something much larger.
Thank you, Dr. Schindewolf.
Hey, Dr. Z, I want to offer a compliment, and then I've got some questions for Dr. Schindewolf. Tonight, every student that approached here looked me in the eye, and they shook with a firm handshake. That has not happened in my entire tenure here. So whatever we're doing in character education around eye contact and shaking hands, please keep it going, because it's working. And so kudos to all the adults who focus on that. Thank you. As I look at Phase 3 and beyond, and I got to this a little bit in our last meeting when I was asking Karen, did screen time come up in the SHAC committee? And as I reflect on the digital citizenship bullet, I think part and parcel to the reduction of the use of cell phones during the school day, I would like to ask, as we progress here, to take a look at, every time we're using the screen, is it because of curriculum instruction or assessment? Do we have unnecessary use of screen time? The answer is probably yes, but is there opportunity to tighten that up? I get a lot of feedback, as I'm sure all folks in this room do, about just the parent concern about screen time. And I know we can control from that first bell to the last bell, but are we doing our part And I think the cell phone has been a good step in that direction. Is there more that can be done? And I'd ask for us to take a look at that. And I'm not asking for an adjustment to this here, but can we weave that in? Because it's been some time since we whiteboarded and did all this work.
So I think in response to that, if I may, it would fall within the creating the unified vision of technology goal. And we feel that. I think that we ask ourselves honestly a lot of times about and have that discussion, is it too much? But we also fight the balance of how much is too much versus what are our kids expected to do in third grade on the computer in order, from the state of Texas, in order to get to the achievement level that is expected in this district. And so if we instruct in one way and assess in another way, we're going to unintentionally miss the mark. We might hit one mark that we are doing, because there are various ways for strong, highly, strong instruction that doesn't involve the computer. But we also have to prepare our kids for what they are expected to do from the state of Texas and also in the world that we live in. And so we have to infuse that digital citizenship, that if we're going to put you in front of a screen, it can't be just to put you in front of a screen. It has to be purposeful, meaningful, and directly tied to the curriculum will always be the goal. And also, while doing that, we have to create ethical standards so that when our students are within our walls or not, they're safe. And there's a huge thing about digital safety that we take responsibility for. And so I have adult children now, but I also had that worry as a parent. And so I completely understand that fear and that concern. We just have to find a way to balance it with what we are asked and required to do, because it's incredible what the state of Texas wants a third grader to do in order to show their achievement.
Yeah.
And so we will continue to work between technology and digital learning, which we have a very strong partnership, in order to, and professional learning, in order to put that in place to where we can do it in the most respectful and responsible way, so that we can reach our achievement goal, but at the same time, take care of our kids and not just putting them in front of a screen, because we know we have the highest qualified educators in Tomball, and so we're going to trust them to teach in that highly effective way.
I'm aligned. I think we need a strong position that articulates what you just said, and we need to communicate that so that folks understand we're not just putting a screen in front of a child and letting that screen educate the child, right? 87% of our budget is people, right? I think there's something here that we can take a position on and articulate. I'll be candid with you, I'm not effective at it. And if nothing else, I would like to be able to articulate that position and strike that balance and educate those that are critical of public schools and private schools and screen time.
I agree. And one other point that I'll add to that is that the use of technology in the classroom, when done in the right way, can allow us to personalize instruction to a student's needs, where a teacher in an elementary classroom of 22 or a secondary classroom of 30 is unable to do in a secondary classroom of 48 minutes, where the technology can be used as a tool, but it has to be used as a tool, not as the sole instruction.
Not as a crutch, right?
Correct.
Thank you for that comment. Bond updates, awesome, keep them rolling. Think about those that have supported those bonds in the past, but they may not necessarily have students in the district. They're not on the email distribution list anymore. How do we make sure that those folks, and we have the broadest communication of the bond updates, utilizing our email database? I think what Dr. Z, what the communication team is doing on the social media platforms is great. Keep that going. Articulating bond dollars at work. And I'm excited about July 27th. I hope we can show the community as large as possible what an open house looks like. I think I have a grander vision than maybe operationally the superintendent can necessarily support, but let's make sure our community is involved and invited to the opening of Tomball West, if at all possible. I think that's a kind of the marquee for us. Last thing, would love to ask for a special session, a workshop session rather, to understand the mini lessons, the practical life skills topic that you had on Goal 10. We may have reviewed that a couple years ago, but I'd like to kind of get an update as to what that is. You know, how to balance a checkbook, how to, concerned about student loans when you go to college, how to, look somebody in the eye and shake their hand. I need to know what those practical life lessons are, because
So we
personally I
didn't-
could probably use them.
So we didn't review it a couple of years ago because it did come out of the strategic plan, and also I always hear Mr. McStravick saying, like, we need to have this, we need to embed this, we need to embed this.
Yes.
And so he was a strong voice in the,
Can we have a workshop session
Sure.
on an hour, 45 minutes on what that is?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, thank you so much, Dr. Schindewolf. Well done. Our next report for the evening is our special education update. Dr. Michael Webb, our Chief Academic Officer, and Carrie Williams, our Director of Special Education, will lead us in our second report for the evening.
All right, President Lewandowski, Dr. Z, members of the board and cabinet, we are happy to present to you this evening our annual report on services for students with disabilities. In this report, you will hear about our framework, our foundation for special education, and the results that we have achieved over the past year. Carrie Williams, our Director of Special Services.
Thank you very much. Dr. Salazar Zamora, President Lewandowski, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and guests, thank you for allowing me to present to you today our update for House Bill 2 Required Special Education Annual Report. So just briefly, I'm going to go over what we provide in special education, a little bit about how we're funded, some impacts of some recent legislation, and then most importantly, how are we doing in special education in Tomball ISD. So we do have a robust continuum of special education supports in Tomball. So with that, we're able to support the individual needs of all of our students in Tomball ISD, to really look at how they are progressing in that curriculum and be able to meet their unique individual needs in lieu of their circumstances. So with that, we're able to then make sure that we can support them where they're needed to be supported. So whether that's in the general education classroom and we're pushing in supports, whether we're doing a combination of special education and general education support, or for those students who really need those intensive services, then we also have those special education self-contained settings. So within that entire continuum of supports, we're also able to provide those students those related services. So things like physical therapy, occupational therapy, orientation and mobility services, the list goes on for related services. But we're able to provide those as well throughout that entire continuum for those students who need those supports to be able to make that meaningful progress in the programs and the services that they're already being provided, because that's what makes those a related service. All right. This chart will help you to kind of see where we are as far as where we provide those services location-wise and how we have been consistent over the last 3 years in special education as in providing those services. So on the right-hand column, you'll see those instructional settings. So for example, the 00 at the top is an instructional setting or instructional arrangement, meaning those students receive services through speech therapy. The 40 means those students are receiving services through the general education classroom, and we're pushing in those supports to support them in that setting. So you can see through this graph that the majority of our students are receiving those services in the general education most of the time, and maybe being pulled out a little bit for some special education, specially designed instruction. This correlates nicely with our highest disability category, which is specific learning disability in the area of dyslexia, which you guys have heard over the years has been rapidly increasing in the area of special education. All right. You are no stranger to knowing that special education in Tomball ISD is rapidly growing. So this graph just takes a look at over the past 5 years where we have been in the area of special education and our growth. So looking at that, since 2021-22 to now, special education in Tomball ISD has experienced a growth of over 68%. So for example, in 21-22, 9.38% of our students in Tomball ISD were receiving special education services. In contrast, now 13.75% of our students in Tomball ISD are receiving special education services and supports. So that is continuing to rise, and not just in Tomball, but across the state and across districts near us as well. With that growth, however, we are not necessarily seeing the same correlation of increase in our special education funding. We are funded by multiple resources, so state and local funds for special education, as well as our IDEAB and IDEAB pre-K federal grant. And so this is a chart for you just to see over the last 3 years, the slight increases have gone down a little bit every year over the past 3 years as far as how much those increase, which definitely is not in correlation with how many students we are adding to our special education services and supports at this time. We do, however, as a department, apply for and receive some high-cost fund reimbursement as well as discretionary residential reimbursement for those students who do incur high costs, for example, our out-of-district placements or for specialty services that we have to contract in for the district. All right, so you've heard a little bit about some of these already tonight from Mr. Bowles. There have been a lot of legislative changes over the past year that affect special education in the district as a whole, but two that have had more recent impacts are the new funding model, which Mr. Bowles talked about tonight. So moving the state funding for special education, moving from that instructional setting model, so those instructional arrangements that we talked about on that previous slide, to that service intensity tier model and service groups. So we are being funded, like he said, on our old model for next year. However, we are reporting, as he spoke about tonight as well, on both models for this upcoming school year. So I do have to give a nice thank you to Kenneth Cloud and his PEAMS team as well, because he joined our department and our leadership team on several state and regional informational meetings that the state has been doing to give us an understanding just recently on what this is going to look like for us. How do we determine the tiers? How do we determine the service groups? How are we even going to report that to PEAMS, to the state? And so we've got that all worked out, I'm proud to say, and we are able to now work with our leadership team in special services and come together hopefully a little bit this summer, and we're going to work together and go through over 3,200 plus IEPs and work through how to tier those, how to give them that service level and operations so that we can, by that September 18th deadline, make sure that we get that information to the state and that we have it as a district too, so that we can be able to see kind of what direction we're heading with that new service and funding model. The second one, the education savings account, I know you're also familiar with the private school and the homeschool students, and looking at those TEFA application grants that some parents were applying for. That did put some onus on our staff a little bit, especially the PEAM staff as well as the special education staff, making sure that we were answering a lot of those frequently asked questions by the parents calling us, as well as uploading IEPs for those who requested it, or mostly seeing that huge increase in the number of evaluations that we were completing for private school students and for homeschool students. And then every time you have an evaluation, it is also accompanied by an ARD. So then we are also seeing on the campuses an increase in the number of ARD committee meetings that we completed this year, or I should say the campuses completed this year, for our students who are within the district boundaries in a private school or are homeschooled and live in the Tomball ISD zone. And so because of that, I am excited to say that we do have a plan for next year to take a little bit off of the campuses with that. And so we are going to centralize our services for our private school and homeschool evaluations, and we'll be conducting those at the Tomball Innovation Center. So, and then also with the collaboration and the support of the C&I department and the directors and content specialists, we're also going to be able to hold those ARG committee meetings at the Innovation Center as well. So then that will be able to help support those administrators on campus, the general education teachers, the special education teachers, and the assessment staff that are on campuses to be able to truly focus on those students on their campus and make sure that they're excelling with what they do. All right. So now the big part. So how are we doing in special education? So even though we are growing...
Excuse me, I think there was a question on the
sorry.
last piece, so Dr. Pratt?
Okay, so I'm learning something, as always, in this presentation. Carrie, can we go back to the education savings account subject? And
How do we go back?
just in general. So,
Oh, there we go.
the burden of the education savings account application process requires school districts to provide evaluations as well as ARD meetings? Is that
Correct.
Yes, sir.
so? If I go back to an update you gave, the number 2100 sticks in my head, and that could be completely wrong. I want to say there were that many applicants for education savings accounts in the boundaries of Tomball ISD.
So-
Or do I have that number wrong?
Yeah, so not all of those students receive special education
Okay.
services, and then not all of those parents choose to come to us to request an evaluation.
Okay.
So-
Can you size this? Is it 100? Is it 500? What's the body of work here?
It's a huge impact. So give an example of what that's doing, because remember, we're continuing the work that we normally do plus this
Right.
Yeah.
with no
Right.
additional dollars.
Yes, so well over 100 evaluations
Okay.
that were in addition to what our assessment staff and what our campus staff was already doing as far as assessing our students in district and having those ARG committee meetings. The ARG committee meetings probably doubled or tripled, I would say, just because a lot of times the parents will come, ask for an evaluation, and then not necessarily follow through. And of course, this year, they definitely followed through.
Yeah. I'm not going to be effective at asking this question, but it's going to sound like a selfish question. I want these children to have all of the special education services that they're entitled to wherever they go. But why is the onus on Tomball ISD for the evaluations and the additional ARD meetings? I'm sorry for the question, but I just need to know.
It's a fair question, and that is just what the state has put upon us as far as the state regulations and the state rules. They have made that a part of that legislative update, that the districts are the ones, in part of IDEAB and part of the federal and the state regulations, we are obligated for child find for all students within our district boundaries, whether they're in a private school, a homeschool, or in the district. But as far as the additional work of uploading IEPs and, finding enrollment numbers, unique IDs, things like that, that has been additional since the educational savings account, as well as the increase in evaluation.
So Child Find has been around for, back to the days when I taught Dr. Webb as a student in college. Child Find has been around a very long time. This has not. And I think the answer is that's how the legislation was written and passed, with the intention of the districts to once again shoulder the burden of additional funding, additional expenses that was not funded.
Well,
Unfunded
they
mandates.
knew you knew how to do it. You not only
We know how to do a lot of things. It doesn't mean we can afford it.
Not only know how to provide sped education, but also to do the evaluations. So, but this was so you get the difference between 10,000 and 30,000
It's
per
been
child.
a big shout out to Carrie, the team, Dr. Webb, everyone that's had a hand in all of the work, because it's not easy. To your point of what we know how to do, we do know how to educate students very well in Tomball ISD. As a matter of fact, if you've not heard, we are still the only A-rated school district in all of Harris and Montgomery counties, the only. But that's hard to do as you continue to stretch and stretch and stretch those resources. Just had to get that in there before new scores come out, just in case others join us.
Is there anything else that House Bill 2 or Senate Bill 2 is putting the onus on Tomball ISD to support education savings account? And it may not be in your particular area, but is there anywhere else, since we're talking about this, where there's a burden?
Well, we're going into, not in this one individual, but we're going to be talking about safety next, and there's a plethora there.
Okay. Bravo to you and your team for taking on this this burden. What do we call this, an unfunded mandate?
Yes.
So this is going to be my
Definitely.
new favorite unfunded mandate to voice to our state legislator.
We will add it to our legislative priority list.
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Yes. All right, let's get to the good stuff now, right? So definitely want to celebrate how we are doing in Tomball ISD as far as how we are serving our students in special education. So special education has a lot of accountability through results-driven accountability indicators. And so I'm proud to say that we are at the top in Texas, among the top districts, in being able to say that over 85% of our results-driven accountability indicators are at that top level of a 0 and a 1, which is where we want them to be. Which then that means that our overall designation level that is given to us by the state is at the highest level, which is a indicator of 1. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense how they do that. Indicators are 0 to 1, but our designation level 1 is the highest that we can get, and we have achieved that, which is great. Then to continue the celebrations, we're very proud that over 50% of our students who graduated last year that were receiving special education services were able to meet that CCMR, College Career and Military Readiness Standard. And we know and we are seeing that that percentage is continuing to grow with the district and the secondary campus focus on that CCMR indicator. So I'm excited to see how high we're going to get that as well. And then another celebration, something that puts us, I believe, among the top 10 districts in the state out of around 1,000 districts, is that we were able to, not only in how we serve our students, but also in our compliance areas and meeting those regulations, have 100% compliance in our timelines for our initial evaluations and our ARD IEP meetings, as well as our transition planning and documentation for students when we're talking about those post-secondary outcomes. So that is something very exciting for this year that is not common among districts. And then last thing to be able to celebrate for special education and how we're doing in Tomball ISD is our last cyclical monitoring review by the state, which happens every 7 years unless you are under some type of corrective action, which thankfully we have not been. Found that there were no corrective actions and gave many accolades. And so just a testament to not only our compliance and our systems and operations, but also our ability to be able to serve the students in Tomball ISD to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns you'd like to share? Well done. Thank you so much to both of you. Our next report for the evening, our third report, is the State of Texas 3-year safety audit. Dr. Stephen Gutierrez, our Chief Operating Officer, will lead us in this report. Dr. G.
All right, President Lewandowski, Dr. Z, members of the board, and guests. I'm here to present a brief high-level overview of the 2026 3-year audit. The The three-year audit is required by the Texas Education Code, Chapter 36. This must be concluded every 3 years. We must review every single facility within the district, instructional and non-instructional, at every campus. And so, as part of this process, we must utilize an acceptable standard. We choose to report or use the format that has been put out by the Texas School Safety Center, to whom we actually submit this report to. In our last meeting for the District School Safety and Security Committee meeting, we presented this three-year audit review. We do have Mr. McStravick and President Lewandowski that do sit on that committee, and we'll also be discussing this further in closed session. The goals of the three-year audit, this is a self-audit, and so one, we're to identify best practices. Where are we leading safety measures in the district? We're also looking for areas for opportunities for growth. Where can we improve these practices? Are there vulnerabilities that we need to shore up to protect our students and our staff? Also, this is to assist campuses and departments, understanding what those challenges and vulnerabilities are, and again, providing resources, training, and tools to strengthen those measures. This slide provides just a little bit of an overview of some of the things that we have done. We spent basically this whole school year reviewing all of the requirements for the three-year audit, and so that three-year audit was completed in April. In partnership with our emergency management team and RS School Safety. I'd like to publicly give a big shout out to Stephanie Thomas, our Director of Emergency Management, Nadia Cepeda, who's our Emergency Management Coordinator, and Mr. Jeb Lacey. I think they're in the corner of there with RS School Safety. We will be submitting this, we submit all of this information in what's called a district audit report, or a DAR. Lots of technical information, questions about the district. We'll go over that in depth in closed session. And after our discussion today, we'll be submitting this three-year audit in the DAR tool to the Texas School Safety Center tomorrow. Again, just due to the nature of the conversation that we're going to have regarding school safety and to protect the integrity of our district security measures, we'll be discussing this further in closed session. So thank you so much for your support of school safety in Tomball ISD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Our final report for the evening is the Multi-Purpose Activity Center's MPAC. I'm very excited for you to see the renderings that we have for you this evening. We have our partners in education, PBK Architects. They are no strangers to Tomball ISD. They have partnered with us for many, many years and built our beautiful stadium. And we were so excited to be able to partner with them again on these three beautiful, I'm a little biased, beautiful impacts. And so, gentlemen, I will let you lead us in the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Zamora. Thank you, President Lewandowski, members of the board, members of the cabinet. As you mentioned, we're excited to be here, and we're honored to work with the district on these three fantastic indoor multi-purpose activity centers that'll allow you to support many different functions in athletics, fine arts, and potential for so many other things to happen in these facilities when we're done. Obviously, they're at your three main campuses, Tomball High School, Tomball Memorial, and Tomball West. And we've been able to work very closely with Dr. Zamora, Dr. Gutierrez, Zach, Mitch, Director Scott, Director Tomlinson, and the coaches at all the campuses to make sure that we're putting everything into these facilities in meeting all the needs and the goals for this project. Again, I'm Greg Prince with PBK. I'm joined by Andre Pay and Mark Menchaca from our PBK Sports. So Andre's going to take you through the design. You'll see the amenities that are included in the project, including flexible dividers that allow you to break this facility up into multiple different size spaces, all the different sports and functions that it'll support, and we can answer any questions after we're finished. So I'm going to turn it over to Andre.
Thank you, Greg. Dr. Z, Board of Trustees, appreciate the opportunity to present to you guys on behalf of PBK Sports. Mr. Lopez was not able to make it, so I drove down from Round Rock to from the conference that Chris Scott is at. So overall, and we just finished SD within our project, and we've worked with LAN to develop a setup program, and I feel confident that we're inside a good amount of programmatic apologize, I'm losing my train of thought. Making sure that we're hit all the program pieces that you guys worked with them at the very beginning of the process. So diving into some of the sites, like Greg mentioned, we are providing continuity within all of the 3 sites. This is Tomball High School. Starting with number 1, the impact's going to be about 60,000 square feet of turf. This plan orientation is looking directly north, just south of your field house. Each of the sites are going to have or include a fire lane to make sure that we are, and I apologize, I'm not doing a very good job. Each of the, man, Greg, I'm just going to have to turn it over to you because I apologize.
So Andre has been the artist behind all of this design, but all 3 sites are obviously the identical building, so the 3 site conditions are a little bit different. So you'll see here at Tomball High School, situated just south of the football field, we have this same condition at all 3 sites. So we have the main facility, parking in the front, we have a fire lane loop that wraps the building, and you'll see in the design later that the facilities are almost precisely exact to each other, with some flair and touch to make them more touching to, or more in line with the campus colors and needs at that campus. Sorry, this is moving really fast. That's your second Tomball Memorial site, just south of the softball field. The school is just to your bottom left. And we looked at several locations for this, and just so you understand, we looked at several locations for all of these facilities at the different campuses, and this is what was agreed upon with the district as far as the most usable space to allow enough space around the facility for the fire lanes and such. But this was the best location for the Tomball Memorial site, and then at Tomball High School. Let me see that clicker. There we go. That's a little bit slower. So at Tomball West, obviously this is about to open, very exciting, and this spot was reserved for this facility, obviously in the planning of that project. And again, it provides the same amenities as the other 3. So as far as the indoor of the facility, and Andre, please feel free to interrupt me, but each one of these will have an 80-yard field with an end zone at one end. You can see those P1s and P2s. Those are the dividers I mentioned earlier. So you're going to have a football field with obviously striping for multiple different sports, not just football, but soccer, baseball, softball, track. The pink lines represent some dividers that can be retracted down and up to allow you to break the space into different size spaces based on the function. And the entrance at this particular facility is on the bottom left. So you'll have a main entrance lobby flanked by a conference room with some meeting spaces. One of the other sports obviously accommodated is golf. So we'll have a simulator there for 2 bays. You'll have restrooms, ample storage for all the different equipment that you might need. And then overhead doors, you can see them on either side. That could be used for bringing in equipment or obviously bringing in the players. This will be a conditioned space in all 3 of those, so it just adds to the flexibility of what this can be used for as opposed to just a ventilated building. Other retractable things you'll see, and you'll see them a little bit better in some of the 3D renderings, but these little squiggly lines that you might see on the plan, those are retractable batting cages. So those are batting cages that are nets that can be brought up and down, and then the observation deck there at the bottom that can be used for fine arts or anything else at the 50-yard line is also retractable. So everything can be brought up for a large, clear, open floor space, and then things can be brought down to divide it up into different functions or for different sports. And you can see how it's basically the exact same footprint. That was the intention from the beginning, is to design this to be built on 3 different campuses, identical footprint, just responding differently to the site conditions. And so the Memorial High School here, and forgive the mascots, we understand there's just some things being changed as far as the mascots for all 3 schools, but right now this is what we're showing. So those will be updated as we get closer to the end to make sure these school spirit colors and mascots are correct. So here's a little slice through the building, just showing you how it might look in a little bit different perspective. That main entry down on your bottom, you come in, you'll have a large glass opening, and you'll see the renderings in a moment. A lot of natural light coming into that main entry space, bleeding into that conference space. The golf simulator is right next to that, and then, of course, the facility itself inside. So here's a bird's eye view of what this building would look like. This particular one is shown for Tomball High School. So it's a curved metal roof top. So there's different facility designs that you've probably seen around the state. They can be angled roof, they can be flat roof, they can be curved, barrel vaulted. This is that barrel roof. You see some translucent panels there on the north side. On that one side, that's where most of the translucent panels are located to bring in the most beneficial natural light without having any direct light that is harmful to the space or distracting. And you can see those overhead door access on the bottom of that building there, and they have two more on the other side, and then parking in the front. So here is a ground level view of what that main entry would look like at Tomball High School. Again, working really hard with with Dr. Zamora and the team, going through many different options for how this could look. We settled on this, and I will defer to Dr. Zamora's expertise in this. She is a very huge part of making this the vision that it needs to be. So I think it's going to beautifully represent the school district and the three campuses. Any comments on the materials, Andre?
Yeah. So, again, I apologize for the beginning, but as you see, this is a huge facility. It's about 50 feet tall, and so, being a pre-engineered metal building, we really focused on kind of integrating all of that focus and the front entry. And so, the sides and the back, we kind of downplayed with the materials and the cost of it. But we really wanted to open up the front to, be a very beautiful and inviting structure. A couple of design features that we have within here, you'll see within other renderings, is the graphics and the branding opportunities for all three of these schools. We elected to, showcase Tomball High School first, as it's, I believe, being built first. And then a small design feature in the large canopy that you see overhanging, kind of a hint off of y'all's Tomball logo. Just another perspective, some of the materials that you see there. As Greg mentioned, kind of that white opaque mass in the background is the translucent panels that will get natural daylight into the facility. Here's a look at Tomball Memorial and their branding and graphics opportunities. Again, same materials, just different colors, and then Tomball West. This is a conceptual view of what could be at the front entry of this. Again, trying to open this up at the corner and make it very inviting and naturally daylit. Good opportunity for graphics per the school, logos and video boards for information and display. And you can see here is a small conference room off the lobby. Interior speaking, so as Greg said, the turf that we're providing here is the exact same turf that you'll have at your Tomball Stadium. Again, opportunity for graphics. The drop-down nets shown a little incorrectly here. They will go all the way up to the structure there. They're kind of retracted slightly. Drop-down field goal net in the background, and then as you see on the sides, the pre-engineered structure, and then large mechanical ducts. The next images really just depict some of the materials that we're using throughout the buildings, and again, trying to make sure that we're being cognitive of all the price of this, large facility. So starting on the left, the Kingspan material is a very economic material for these pre-engineered metal buildings, and then focusing on some of the corrugated and the perforated panels at the front, brick masonry at the sides. And just to look real quick at the exterior elevations straight on from the sides, again, a little bit of movement within some of the color play on the metal panels and then down into the masonry. Also another opportunity for some graphics along the side. And just a backside view of what this, the mechanical systems of this. Of course, with a large building, there's a couple of ways to do it. We elected to go more of the traditional way. So we will have, a large chiller yard and mechanical units in the back of the building. Turn it back to Greg.
So sorry to end with the back of the building there, but we did want to make sure you guys saw all sides of that. So if you have any questions, we're open to them.
Any questions at this time?
Go back real quick, that overview of the interior. That's the slice you called it. No, that's
Oh, that's just that one?
okay. So help me out with the, I noticed in one of the pictures that we actually had uprights painted at least. So are you able to do some uprights? Yeah.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
retractable, is that correct?
Yeah, and that would be, as you see on this image, at the end zone side, that would be a retractable net that would come down from the ceiling.
Okay.
As stated, the height of the structure is about 50 feet. You'll have 50 feet clear, so there is opportunity to do field goals, not so much the punting. We'd be needing to add a couple, feet for that, but you do have the opportunity for field goals at the end. And then also, it's just good, overall, have that net down for soccer or any other sports that you'd like to play in here.
Okay, great, thanks.
I'm going to convey the spirit of what Bond 2025 had, and that was a multi-purpose facility. We talked a lot about, I heard a lot about sports. I didn't hear charm, silver stars, I didn't hear band, I didn't hear fine arts like I wanted to hear in this conversation. Are we optimized for fine arts in this facility?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Paulette was, and others were part of this as we discussed everything. There was an agreement, and she's shaking her head. I wanted to make sure it was good. That may not have been relayed necessarily, but our conversations together have been, they understand that this is for all students in all of those programs. We're grateful to the community that supported this in the bond. And yes, we do plan to use it for a number. There's probably more things that we've not even thought about. There was a conversation when the clouds got really bad on Challenge Day. Do we even need to bring a Challenge Day inside? I think it's going to be well beyond what we're even envisioning right now, which is exciting. But yes, to your point, fine arts has been very much heavily involved, as well as athletics as well. And I would just say student in general, student population.
Got it.
Good question, though.
Thank you. Design question. So the mechanical yard is all at the end of the building, or the entrance is all at the end of the building? Is there ever a vision for extending this another 20, 30 yards if we ever want to do that in the future? And if so, wouldn't that design prevent us from being able to do that? No one's ever discussed that, but it's a question. We could never expand the use of this facility with that design.
No, I think you're correct. I mean, this it's not designed to be easily expandable on an end bay. That could be done. I would say your site conditions probably do limit even your ability to do that on almost all three sites. I think it was somewhat, I wouldn't call it a struggle, but it was a challenge to get this 80-yard plus
Even
end
this
zone.
size, we
Even this
stretched
size.
them to get with all the others they needed.
It's a very good question about future expansion, but yeah, you might be limited on what you'd be able to do in the future.
So on that same thing, Tomball Memorial is the location of the impact. That doesn't lead to an expansion of the building, the comprehensive high school with its location there. Why that spot? Why not one over?
To the point that he made, this was the school we were referring to that was the biggest challenge. And because of did you call it fire lanes? What was that word you referred?
Yes, the fire lane access around the building.
Fire annex. They were not able to put it in where we had originally thought it could be placed, just because of the additional space that they need. I may be saying it very wrong.
No, you're correct. Just to the north, next to softball, was the original thought. But both the width and the length was not sufficient for the 80-yard field building with the fire lane around it. It would also take up 2 practice fields. We put it to the north because it kind of encroached even further north, and so you'd lose 1 full practice field plus a portion of another, as opposed to just losing a single practice field. But I do understand the question in proximity to the existing high school, but considering all the different site conditions, this was the one that met the program.
We
So-
also wanted equity because we know that's important in the district, so all 3 of them are exactly the same
Excellent.
size,
Identical, yes.
regardless of which school.
It handicaps our ability in the future to expand the building.
With Tomball West,
Tomball Memorial.
correct.
Talking Tomball
but-
Memorial.
Correct, but with Tomball West,
Yeah.
there likely won't be a need to expand at
Okay.
Tomball Memorial.
Okay.
In all the demographics that we have, there's no plans that show that need to add an additional large expansion.
Yeah. With respect, though, we didn't think that of Tomball Memorial either.
Sure.
And we doubled the size
Yeah.
of that with the last renovation. So this is more of the
Yeah.
planning for the future, of which we,
Fortunately, West will have space, and so if boundaries, at that point, somebody else can make that decision.
okay. Well,
At that point, it would not be me.
And I'll just, if you would like us to look at Tomball Memorial's floor plan and just find all the opportunities for potential expansion.
look,
if and
I'm
when-
not a designer. I just,
Yeah,
I want to make sure that 30 years from now, if we need to expand Tomball
Correct.
Memorial, don't look back and say, dadgummit, we put that multi-purpose facility there and we shouldn't have. We should have put it closer to the road on that field that's not utilized at all.
sure.
Okay, thanks.
Do we plan to let the community rent these spaces as well? Is
Yes,
this-
potentially. We definitely want to ensure that all of our students and all activities are able to use it, but absolutely, there's always that potential.
Do we see any restriction in that potential rental of the space because of the shortened field that we're starting out with?
We didn't build it for the rental in mind, and this
Yeah.
is what we can, A, afford, and B, have space for. So if they're interested, we would certainly say this is the size. But good question.
I would hope that we are so busy with our own internal use that practically speaking, we wouldn't be able to rent it out. There's just
That's a possibility,
so
for sure.
much going on at these high school campuses that gosh, good luck trying to find a spot for renting. At least that's my view of what I see as the bevy of activity going on in high school.
Right. No, I think they will be heavily utilized for years and years and years to come. It's exciting, and I'm glad that the community felt the need as well as we did. Grateful for that community support. Any additional questions, comments, or concerns for our guests? Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that concludes the reports for the evening. At this point, President Lewandowski, I'd like to continue with the review of the business agenda.
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Let's go through the agenda.
All right, I'd love to have a conversation, a discussion with the board at this point, discussing our business agenda for tomorrow evening, June 2nd, 2026. We are going to begin with, of course, our consent agenda, and we have a few donations, beginning with $5,000 for the Tomball Memorial Swim Dive Water Polo team, $9,360 for West Elementary School PTO, $27,000 for Tomball High School Booster Club for the football team, $19,243.50 from Decker Prairie PTO for Decker Elementary, and $8,000 from Creekview PTO for Creekview Elementary. There is you're accustomed to the approval of the budget adjustments and any revised projections, and then the one request we have at this meeting for an out-of-state field trip for the cheerleaders to go to a national championship February 3rd through the 8th of 2027. I'd now like to discuss with you the considered agenda, starting with A, the approval of the application of the optional flexible school day program for school year 26-27. This is something that you have to annually approve. And again, there was a question that was reviewed. Do you have any thoughts on this before I move on to B? B, again, Dr. Schindler-Wolf covered our Phase 3 of Exceeding Excellence 2030. We're asking for the approval of the release of $975,000 out of the $4 million from committed funds to initiate Phase 3 The comment was made, but I would like to reiterate how grateful we are to this board for not just allowing us to create such a beautiful strategic plan, but fund it. Because again, we learned years ago, an unfunded plan is a very difficult plan to enforce. Item C is to approve the release of $1,238,260, also from committed funds, but in this case for CTE for the 26-27 school year. And again, you have heard this year after year as we release funds for those incredible programs as well.
Can I ask on C, when were those funds for CTE committed? And is this?
I would have to get the meeting in which, unless Mr. Bowles knows what meeting.
So the commitment for the CTE funds, it's not a board designated commitment. It is generated from the state mandated programs. And so in the state mandated programs for CTE allotment, there's a 55% spend requirement. If for some reason you don't hit that 55%, that portion is restricted for the use of CTE only. And so we see it as committed and ask the board to release those funds.
Thank you for that context, very helpful.
Item D is to approve the 26-27 salary and benefits book. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the red line.
You are welcome. That is known forevermore as the McStravick red line. Item E is to approve the general pay increase of 2% for all staff based on the midpoint value in the district pay schedules as adopted in the salaries and benefits books for the 26-27 fiscal year. Item F is to adopt the 26-27 budget in the amounts proposed by fund and function for the general fund, food service fund, and debt service fund.
We're opening it up for questions?
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Z, thank you for the work that you and your team did. Coming out of the last meeting, I had to ask. We had an $8 million problem.
Yes, sir.
And you and team have reduced that to 5.9 million, if I got my math right.
Yes, sir.
5.9 million deficit.
5.9 million.
Okay. So our expenditures, the proposed expenditures are 264 million, and the revenues, creating that $5.9 million deficit, are 258 million. So I said, hey, what's it going to take to get to a balanced budget? And I think part of your work got the proposal to 5.9 million, but for full transparency, you had put together a memo, and I just kind of want to walk through it.
Yes.
I had the crazy idea, right? And hey, what would it, the two main expenditures were, delay the opening of Tomball West High School, as well as delay the opening of the Creekside Park 5th grade edition. And you and team had gone through that, and it basically provided the board information that said, we're already kind of committed here. We're opening up Tomball Memorial, 100 new staff members. At this point, the plan is to offer the same program opportunities at Tomball High School and Tomball Memorial, unless we, the board, want to take a look at reducing what those programs are. And I haven't heard from any board members a desire to do that. Same thing on Creekside Park 5th grade edition. We asked for, based upon strong community feedback, to have an intermediate level school experience, separate from a junior high school level experience. And based upon the planning, it doesn't appear that the train has left the station on the 5th grade edition, is my sense of things.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the option of a pay increase, equity adjustments, and medical contribution. If we look at our surrounding school districts and we talk about talent retention and we talk about being competitive, all of our surrounding school districts are offering a general pay increase. In some cases, they're actually higher than what you and team are proposing, anywhere from 1 point more. What you propose is 2%, other districts may be 3%. That's
and many of those had not given last year or the year before.
Sure.
When we have consistently continued to give.
So expectation of a general pay increase is an option, or not. We've talked about Tomball ISD having a standard of excellence, destination excellence, and part of that is class sizes. You and team talk through what if we increase the size of our classes? And based upon my visits with parents and having certainly experienced campuses where class sizes were large, that doesn't seem like something you and the curriculum instruction and the assessment department could fully get behind and support to maintain that high level of excellence, that A-rated experience. Now we get into areas outside of sort of student outcomes specific to curriculum instruction, and that's transportation. I didn't have an appreciation for this number last month when we visited, but when we look at transportation for 2025, 2026, the information provided was our actual expenditures were about $11.5 million.
Correct.
The state funded a little over $2 million.
That is correct.
The Tomball ISD is funding, I'll call it $9.5 million, based upon our decisions to provide transportation for everyone. That certainly is a choice point for us as a board when we look at a $5.9 million deficit. I don't have an appreciation for what routes or different bus services could still be provided, would be provided if you took a look at reducing that number. So that may be one thing I want to continue the discussion on is there an opportunity on transportation? I know in our surrounding school districts there were reductions in transportation, and there was an outpour of community concern.
And then an adjustment based on that.
And then a
community
revisit and a reverse of some of those decisions, specifically for routes 2 miles or less.
Correct.
And we in Tomball ISD have prided ourselves on providing transportation for everyone, no matter the distance.
Correct.
So that's an area that is sensitive, but I still believe there's an opportunity to take a look at that. Extracurricular offerings. Folks, fellow board members, Bajak has provided us, we spend $4.6 million on extracurriculars. The state provides zero funding. Zero funding. So the question the board has, certainly in visiting with the superintendent, is there something we want to adjust in our extracurricular activities? It probably wasn't a mistake that the superintendent made all of the wonderful presentations tonight and the recognitions of all of our students. And so finding where those opportunities in extracurriculars, I don't know. I don't know where that is. Another option was school resource officers. We're talking about a $5.9 million deficit. We made a commitment to have an officer on every campus. I don't see a means to unwind that at this point because our community is very comfortable with that.
Also not funded by the state.
So actual expenditures, $3.2 million. The state only funds $1.2 million, a $2 million deficit, if you will.
Correct, with an extreme amount of unfunded mandates that go along with that. So it doesn't even begin to touch what we have to do. We'll talk a little bit more about that in closed.
So then the last option that was presented was a voter-approved tax rate election. This is not aimed at reducing expenditures, but it is an opportunity to increase revenues. I have not been on the board where we've put forth a VATRE election to the community, and I'm not sure I'd support that at this point. So you presented 8 options. I'm very appreciative of you and the team kind of going through that. At the end of the day, we still have a $5.9 million deficit.
Yes, sir.
I'm not comfortable with that, and I need to continue to discern on, the path I'll take on my vote. So I appreciate you guys putting the options together.
Thank you.
I think one thing that we need to keep in mind, even though we do have a $5.9 million deficit, and we're not accustomed to that, and none of us, I think, are happy with it. But one of the things we have to look at is some of this is the result of changes in policy in the state level that I think we're looking at, maybe we can't look at this in 1 year. We got to look at it at the biennium, because we will be picking up, as Zach discussed earlier, depending on when it comes through, the adjustment for some of the tax value will either hit as a surplus in, 25, 26, or if it's late enough, which normally, the way the state functions, it will be put into this budget, and basically we'll be able to eliminate all or most of it.
So if I could, Mark, the choice that we have in our individual votes is, do we bet on the $9 million that will come late, potentially visibility to that in October, versus making a decision about that would be a $9 million surplus compared to right now, here month of June, a $5.9 million deficit. So that's the bet that we as individuals need to place. Will it come? My sense, it will. It's just, do you feel comfortable supporting a deficit budget that ultimately will turn into a surplus when the year is, settled?
But it's not a bet.
We are expecting those dollars.
The state owes us that money, right?
Yeah.
The state owes us that money. It's the hold harmless portion, and it's coming. All this is a timing issue.
Yeah.
And in fact, it wouldn't really even be an issue except for Martha and Zach being transparent. The hold harmless typically comes in the next fiscal year, and it's recognized in that next fiscal year. So chances are, if it happens like every other year where we've got hold harmless type of funds like this, it's going to hit in the next fiscal year, and it would be a surplus in 26, 27 of $3 million.
$3.1 million. That's the discussion.
So that if we didn't even go down this road, that's kind of what it would be, because we would recognize those funds in 26, 27. We would have budgeted them for 26, 27. But the problem is, because the legislature changed everything, now you have a much larger number. And so out of the abundance of transparency, we're having this discussion. But it's just a timing issue. Like Mark said, it's either going to come it'd be recognized in 25, 26, and we're going to have a $9+ million surplus in 25, 26, or it's going to come in 26, 27. So 25, 26 will be flat, or maybe a little better than that, and we'll have a $3 million surplus for 26, 27. So this is all a timing issue. This is not the sky's falling. However, I will say that what we've done here is very good. The administration was able to work through this. The board's able to read over this and get an idea of what will it take when and if the time comes when we've got to make some hard decisions. And I think most importantly, with your recitation, it's informing the community of what may be in the future if the state fails to fund education to the level it needs to. So that's going to result in either we reduce our services, as you enumerated in those different areas, or the community is going to have to accept additional tax burden, which would be voting for the VADER. Now, that is kind of like a bond. It goes to the community, and they decide whether they want to. We would set, I guess, the number. The board would set a number, but then it's up to the community to decide whether they want that additional tax or not. But that's not where we're at right now. It's great that we reviewed it, that we've looked at it, we've communicated, we've discussed it, but that's not where we're at right now. Right now, it's a timing issue, and either way, it's going to be fine because the $9 million is owed to us. We already know that.
So the 9 million is a known number.
Yes.
It's just unknown timing.
Correct.
In other words, may I ask when the hold harmless funding came in last year?
So the hold harmless is part of the funding formulas. The reason why this has a timing issue is because when the state made the changes, we have to now go back and adjust the data with the state, which requires a property value audit. That audit timeline works outside of the normal funding formulas with the state. And so until that audit is submitted to the comptroller, accepted by the comptroller, and passed along to TEA, the funding will not show as district funding, which at that time is when we have to recognize it. So property value audits themselves typically fall a year behind. And we have 3 shots at the property value audit. So basically you have 3 opportunities to audit a tax year. We typically choose to do that 1 year after another. Right now we're continuing to work through the data with our tax software company to ensure as we go out for this first audit that we capture as much additional funding as we're able to in that first go around.
And what about the hold harmless piece for the 2026-27? When is that baked into what we're looking at?
So that amount is now embedded in the revenue projection for 26-27. The reason for that is because now that we have our data tied to the 2025 tax year, which is 25-26 fiscal year, we can use that data to project the 26-27 revenue impact. So we have built that portion of it into the revenue projection that you see the $258.5 million. The $9 million is solely the additional new amount that's above what we had budgeted in 25-26.
But Zach, to Jennifer's point too, though, will we not, more than likely, have the property value audit again next year? And it would result in some change, probably an increase, that would be recognized in the next fiscal year.
It would, not necessarily geared around the hold harmless, but in general, our property value audits as a whole go back, and as the appraisal districts makes changes to values, as protests occur, as litigation occurs, we're able to go back in and capture the fact that maybe we collected on a lower amount of taxable value than what was initially certified with the state. So once that's submitted, then yes, we are able to capture that funding that's owed to the district at the state level.
But that always
As
comes
always,
in the
it's
next
a year.
fiscal year, and you incorporate
There's a
that
delay.
into your budgeting by some mechanism.
Yes.
Okay.
Zach, one other thing. There is potential for additional revenue from SPED also, isn't it?
That's correct. So as we mentioned, the state's burden is to ensure that special education funding increases by at least $250 million. Again, there's a process that we're going to have to go through to get all of those changes in place through the PEMS reporting. At the end of the day, Ms. Kratke mentioned $250 million is not a lot. What the state guaranteed in year 1 is that every district will receive the same amount of special education funding that they would have been entitled to under the current law. At the end of the day, as you move forward year after year, it is not a guarantee that you're going to see more or you could possibly see less. It will all depend upon the intensity of service and how students are coded.
Any additional questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, hearing none. Then we will move on to item G. Accept or reject the renewal of property and crime insurance in the amount of $3,237,530 from TASB Risk Management. Item H, we will discuss more in closed. Approve a settlement terms as discussed in closed in a matter involving State Farm claim number as listed. Item I, approve the recommendation to award Gamma Construction for the parking lot expansion at TISD Transportation Facility with the construction cost of $5,738,000, including a contingency budget of $700,000 using Bond 2025 funds. Item J is
Hey, Dr.
unique.
Z.
Yes, Sorry.
So I think this is an appropriate time to pulse check on our strategy in terms of having a central bus barn, a central bus barn complex. I know we've got some maintenance activities at Tomball Innovation Center. During Bond 2025, we talked about an alternate or a satellite bus barn, I don't know, maybe in the vicinity of, Grand Lakes area, the stadium area.
Stadium, correct.
There's the 9 acres there. We're pretty much committing to continue to have a central bus barn facility with this decision.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any other discussion about efficiency, about having a satellite, looking at this differently, with the fact that we're going out west big time now, so.
Yes. There's been a lot of discussion about this in looking at what that would look like for dual staff, having them split, what that looks like as we continue to grow. But for various reasons, the decision to remain here is where we feel it is the best for the district overall. But that's a great question.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I noticed the number of parking spaces for employees was doubling, which is good, but the parking spaces for buses was more than doubling. And I just wondered, is the parking spaces for employees going to be sufficient?
I believe so, based on the numbers that we have. Mr. Bowles, do you have any additional information that I do not? Or?
So we were able to review the number of parking spaces. So what we have available and additional space across the street at the ancillary facility, we believe there's sufficient parking given what the footprint can hold at this time.
Yeah. But that is important, so thank you for that question. The next item, J, is something that doesn't happen often. I'm not even sure I can think of a time that it's happened before. But you have approved this item. Unfortunately, the vendor that we chose realized that they had made an error and did not charge us for the full, I believe it was not a full amount, or there was an error in their calculations, came back and said they actually could not honor what they had given it to us as, and ended up pulling from the whole project. And so item J is to approve the purchase of interior bleachers from RFS Sports for the replacement of Tomball High School competition and ancillary gym bleachers with the total cost of $461,040 utilizing the TIPS cooperative that's listed, and this is Bond 2025 funds. I do want you to know that because of this, our plan was to get these in Tomball High School. We're going to get them done over the summer because of the unexpected issue with the vendor we've worked with the staff and talked about, okay, look, if it can't be the summer, which it absolutely cannot, we've tried, could we phase it in? What sports would it affect? And ultimately, the campus, the coaches and those involved said, no, we'd rather just wait, and we're going to do it all next summer. Now, I understand that's a year away from where we wanted, but unfortunately, in all reality, that is where we are. And I feel as long as everyone had input, I am good with honoring that, and we know we can get it all in and done from start to finish of the summer, and they will be wonderful once it is done. So I just wanted you to know that's kind of a unique situation. I'm not sure I recall that happening before, but things happen, and I'd rather work with a vendor that's going to give us exactly what we need and ask for and pay for, and I'm glad that we're moving on. If you all approve it, of course. And then item K is to approve the contract for Great Expectations for the 26-27 school year, not to exceed $355,200, with a final item, which is to improve the employment of professional personnel. And this would be for, again, any of those that were not approved prior to in the area of teaching staff. That concludes the consent and considered agenda for tomorrow night's evening. At this point, yes, that's the item that will be, yes. Okay, I will turn this back over to our president, Lewandowski.
Thank you, Dr. Z. At this time, the board will convene in closed meeting for the purpose authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, including but not limited to the following sections and purposes. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with board attorney regarding all matters as authorized by law. B, Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. And D, Texas Code 551.076, deliberation regarding security personnel or devices. Let me make everyone aware, no voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 8:35, and we will go into closed session. board will now reconvene an open meeting. The time is 9:55. With that, before we close out this meeting, I'll ask if there are any board comments. Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. White, second by Mr. McStravick. All in favor? First meeting's closed. Now, at this time,